Hello, today we are going to do a tutorial on how to use the Linux command line, and it's going to be exemplified on Ubuntu Server 22.04, which is the LTS long-term support version. We have a virtual machine running Ubuntu Server 22.04. We're connected to it using the SSH client. Now let's see what we want to do next. First of all, we want to know what's the name of my user. For that, we have the command line whoami. So whoami says administrator. Then we want to know in which directory we are right now. So this is pwd. Pwd says /home/administrator. Okay. We know what's my name. I already know my password on this machine because otherwise I could not connect over SSH. I know the name of the user. Again, I could not connect over SSH without knowing the name of the Linux user on the Ubuntu server machine. I also know the IPv4 address of the Ubuntu server. IPv4 address. This thing. Okay. Let's get more information out of the connection that we have. Right now, we are at the bash bash Linux command line shell, and this thing is called the prompt. The prompt in this case tells us the following information: the name of the user that currently running, which is administrator, the name of the machine to which we're currently connected, which is Ubuntu 22.04. So this is computer name. Right click, copy, Ctrl V to paste. The same machine, the same computer, the same virtual machine has two addresses. This is the IPv4 address, and this is the host name. I can use both this or this to connect to the virtual machine, if DNS settings are set correctly. Okay. Then it says colon, and from colon until the $sign, there's the full path, so the directory where I am. So although the directory where I am is called /home/administrator, in here is shown just a tilde character, right? That's because in Linux, tilde means the home directory. So if I say change directory to tilde, then pwd will say /home/administrator. If I say change directory to this full path, and then pwd again, it's going to show the same things. Okay, so tilde is the same thing as this thing. Okay. What else? Let's look at some attributes of the computer. Let's look at its RAM size, random access memory, hard disk size, hard disk partitions, network interface cards, IPv4 addresses, MAC address, etc. So for that, we're going to use some commands that exist in most Linux operating systems when you connect to them. Right? The first one I'm going to try, maybe it's installed in here and then it will run successfully, maybe it's not installed. We'll see. It's called free. Okay. So free shows details about random access memory. So it says that the total installed available hardware random access memory to this machine is 4 gigabytes. And it says that out of these, 200 megabytes are already used out of the 4 gigabytes. And there's 3 gigabytes and a half which are free. The Linux kernel, as much as possible, is trying to use from the unused random access memory for improving the speed of reads and writes to the hard disk. Those things are called cache, and in this case it's almost 400 megabytes of RAM. This is not actual RAM in use, and in the second that enough RAM is needed, this thing will be given to the application that requires RAM. So if a new application starts and requires 4 gigabytes of RAM, all of this free space will be given to that application, and much of the cache is going to be also given to the application. And if that's not enough, a part of the swap is also going to be allocated to the application. Swap is a hard disk made available to applications in a similar way as random access memory. So it's not random access memory, it's actually hard disk or SSD or NVMe in my case. Let's look at the swap situation. So it says that there's no swap partition. Instead, there's a swap file which is named /swap.img, which is 4 gigabytes. Okay, so free in this case says 4 gigabytes of hardware random access memory and 4 gigabytes of hard disk space is used as swap. Okay. Then swapon, another command that's almost always available when you're at the Linux command line, says that the file /swap.img, which is 4 gigabytes in size, which exists on the hard disk, is the swap storage. Okay, so this computer can use at a maximum 8 gigabytes of memory. After that, the Linux kernel will start killing out of the running processes on this machine, processes in order to survive. Because if all of the RAM is in use, then the kernel will not have enough RAM available to run, and the operating system will crash. Okay, but 8 gigabytes is more than enough for our current needs, and more than enough when you use a text-only, no graphical user interface virtual machine. The processes that use most of the RAM are the web browser, which again is a graphical user interface application, and it requires a graphical user interface to be available on this virtual machine, which again we do not have. The next thing that we can do is to find out the details about the hard disk. For that we use df-h. So df-h says that slash is the root of the file system and is located on partition /dev/vda2. Okay, so slash is hosted on the partition /dev/vda2, which is located in the SSD /dev/vda. Okay, how do we find out about this dev VDA? We use fdisk. There's no such thing. /dev/vda. Okay, there's such a thing, but users other than root are not allowed to use fdisk, because with fdisk you can delete partitions, create partitions, format partitions, which is a destructive operation which is best performed by the super user, by the user root. Okay. Let's see if fdisk minus -l can do the trick. Nope. Let's see how we can become that super user. Okay, so again, I'm not the super user. My name is administrator. I want to become the super user. The name of the super user is the local Linux user account, which is called root. I can become that by using sudo, and then su. It asks for the password of my user, so of the user administrator, it does not ask the password of the user root. The user root might have his own password. Okay, and now what we see is that we were in the bash command line interpreter, we're in another bash command line interpreter, and this thing, the bash prompt, has changed. Previously it had a $sign, which means that you're not the root user. Now it has a sharp sign, which means that I am the root user. So be extra careful when you see the sharp sign, the hash sign in the command line prompt. That might mean that you are the user root and you have a ton of power here. With that power you can do destructive things such as destroying the current installation of the operating system, deleting user accounts, changing the passwords of existing user accounts, etc. Okay, the first part of the prompt says that the name of the Linux user account is root. Then the name of the machine is Ubuntu 22.04, which is the same as the previous one. And then I'm not inside of tilde, I'm not inside of the home directory of the current user. I'm in the home directory of the previous current user. Okay, the home directory of the user root is not /home/administrator. Okay, let's try again what we wanted to do, which is this thing, fdisk/fdevvda. And now it works, and it shows me the partition table of the SSD of the hard disk /dev/vda. Okay, what's a hard disk and what's an SSD? Okay, so a hard disk means spinning. So there's a disk inside which actually spins. There's a motor that spins that hard disk. An SSD means solid state, so no spinning parts. All of the parts are fixed. And then NVMe is usually using this small connector, which is called M2, and has this format. This is slower, this is a bit faster, this is way faster. Okay, this is a spinning hard disk. This is an SSD, this is also an SSD. NVMe is also an SSD. Okay, this is the way speeds look like between NVMe SATA 3 SSDs and the fastest 7,200 rotations per minute hard disk. So if you have money, you should go towards the fastest storage possible, which is NVMe, could be PCIe 3, 4, or 4. Okay, but we're using those interchangeably in here to say that there's storage inside of my computer. This is a virtual machine. The virtual machine looks like this. It has two most important things inside of it. This is the hard disk or the storage. It's actually a file and it's 45 gigabytes in size. And the second is RAM. I have allocated 4 gigabytes of RAM to this virtual machine. The third one would be the network interface card. Okay. So there's 45 gigabytes of hard disk, NVMe, SSD, whatever you want to call it, a hardware storage inside of this machine. And that storage is called /dev/vda. and fdisk calls this a disk. Okay, so it does not matter if it's a hard disk drive, an SSD, storage, or NVMe. It's called a disk by the command line fdisk. So on disk /dev/vda, which is 45 gigabytes in size, there's two actual partitions. One, it's a BIOS boot spacer, whatever this thing is called, which is /dev/vda1, which is not important because it's 1 megabyte in size. What's important is the other one, which is /dev/vda2, which contains the rest of the space up to 45 gigabytes, excepting this 1 megabyte. And this VDA2 is actually the Linux file system, is actually slash, and it has the for file system format ext4. The hard disk is partitioned not with MBR, the partitioning scheme that was used in the since forever, since PCs appeared. It's the new partition scheme, which is called GUID partition table. So let's write all of these down. fdisk -L, and then the name of the disk. Okay. So now we know how our hard disk looks like. There's just one disk called /dev/vda, which is 45 gigabytes in size. It has a small 1 megabyte partition, which we're just going to ignore. And then the most important partition is /dev/vda2, which is 45 gigabytes in size, so the rest, and it's the Linux file system. Okay, I can stop being the user root by running the command exit. Okay, so I starting being the user root by running the command sudo space su, and I'm stopping being the user root using the command exit. Okay, how do I know that I am the user root? I run whoami, and it says root. And I also can see at the start of the bash prompt that it says that my username is root, and I can also see at the end of the bash prompt it says this sharp sign, this hash sign, hash mark, yeah, that I am the super user, the user root. Okay, so I run the command exit, exit, and then press enter. And now the bash prompt has become colorful colorful again. So previously it was just black-white while I was the user root. Now it's colorful, and I can see that my username is an administrator, which is I'm going to confirm by running the command whoami again. Yes, I am back to being the user administrator. Okay, so I started being the user administrator. Temporarily, I switched to being the user root, and then I exited back to being the user administrator. Where are you? Okay, let's do a very ugly drawing here. So I started by being the user administrator. I switched to being the user root. I was the user root. I ran fdisk -l and whoami, and then I exited being the user root and I became the user administrator again. Okay, let's do some different colors for the user administrator. That was this green thing. Okay, so this part of the world is the user administrator. Okay, let's paint an axis. So this is the time axis. Time. And this is 0. So the time 0 was, in this case, when I connected to this virtual machine using SSH. I started by being the user administrator because that's the user that I specified when connecting to the virtual machine. Okay. The second track, let's make this, I know, red, is the track of the user root. Let's write some text. Okay. And this is the user administrator. Okay, so we started at the origin on the 0 time axis. I started directly as the user administrator, so I'm on the green track. So these are kind of like railroad tracks. All right, we have parallel ones, a green one and a red one. And in the course of time, I ran in here the command whoami. I ran the command pwd in here. I ran cd tilde in here. I ran pwd in here, etc. until the moment when I went sudo su. That was the moment when I switched from the track of the user administrator to the track of the user root temporarily. Okay, so this is the command. Okay. And then I returned from the railroad track of the user root. I returned back to the railroad track of the user administrator by going exit. Okay? We always need to know inside of which of these two possible tracks, the user administrator or the user root, are we. There are 20 other local users on this Linux operating system, but I do not know their password. I do not know how to switch as those, and I'm not interested into doing such a thing. There's no user accounts created for actual users. There's just built-in user accounts that are there for managing hardware resources such as the GPU, printer, scanner, etc. So just user accounts for software which runs as part of services, daemons, headless processes. So there's no users which are created for actual human beings. There's just two of those Linux users which are meant for human beings. One is administrator, a user which I've created during the installer, running the installer of the operating system, and then there's always the user root, which is made for both being used by humans and being used by system processes. Okay, so we know how to detect if we're user root or administrator by looking at the bash prompt or by using the command line whoami. We know how to exit from the second one to the first one by using the command line exit. Okay, so we know about the hard disk, we know about RAM. Let's look at the partition table. This thing. Okay, so we know, let's print this thing. In Linux, there are such things as devices, and then there's file systems, and then you can mount the file system inside of a device to another thing, to an actual file or directory inside of the file system. Okay, so there's devices which are hardware which are backing, and then there's the actual file system which looks like this. Okay, this is the way the file system looks like. This is the entire, all of the files and directories that exist in your Linux machine start from the same place, which is the /root directory, and have as name a full path which starts from the same place, from the root /directory. Let's make tree move slower. Okay, so top of the file system is the /directory. There's more than one file system, but the file system, when you say Linux file system, you probably are talking about slash. So the Linux file system is a number of files and directories that start at the root slash, which means this thing, directory. Okay, so there's such a thing as Linux files and directories. All of the files and directories have a full path. The full path always starts with the slash, which slash is the Linux file system, the root directory. We saw previously when we went pwd to show the current directory that the full path of the current directory is slash, which is this special root directory, then home, which is a directory, then slash, and then another directory. Okay, so slash, this is the thing that we're talking about, the base root slash directory. This is a directory and this is another directory. The separator between directories is slash on Linux. So slash in the sense of forward slash, not backslash. Let's talk about forward slash. So it's this character. On my keyboard, it's on the same keyboard key as the question mark key. The opposite is the backslash, which is the key on the keyboard with the vertical pipe character. Okay, so backslashes are a thing that exists on Linux, on Windows file paths, and slash is the character that exists in web browsers address bars, in Linux and Unix, Mac OS paths, because it's the path separator, separates between directory and file name and between directory names. Okay, so slash is the very important slash directory, root directory. This is a directory, this is a directory, and the directories are separated by the path separator character, which in the Unix world is slash, and Linux is inside of the Unix world, same as macOS. Okay. So the file system tree, we can see it looks like this. It's slash, then the directory bin. There's another directory in slash which is called boot. Then there's another directory in slash which is called dev. Let's go page down. There's a ton of dev files, device files. Then there's another directory which is called etc. With configurations, configuration files and directories. And then we're at the directory that we have seen before, which is home. So this line says that this is the root slash directory, this line. And immediately after the root directory, there's this directory which is called home, and then immediately after this directory is another directory which is called administrator. Okay. So the difference between files and directories is that files are containers, think of them as a bucket, whereas files cannot contain other directories or files. So they're not containers. Files are not containers. An apple is a file. You cannot put apples inside of an apple. But inside of a bucket, you can put a smaller bucket with 3 apples. So containers, directories, apple, buckets. Okay, whereas directories can contain this thing. Okay. At this point, we should talk about directories, files, full paths, how to change from one directory to another, how to navigate directories, how to delete directories, how to create directories, how to create files, how to edit files. So this is called file management. What's file management? Working with directories. So create directories, delete directories, rename directories, move directories, enter directories, exit directories. Okay. Put files in, put side directories, put directories, side directories, and then do the reverse. Delete files from inside directories, delete directories from inside directories. Okay. And working with files. Okay. What can we do with files? Create, which might be named touch. When you create an empty file, you can delete files, rename files, change content of files, copy files, move files, and change metadata. The Linux owner that the Linux user that owns the file, chmod shown, what else? Modify time, change time. I know, let's call that thing touch. Okay, so that's it for file management. The easiest way for me to do file management and survive inside the Linux console, inside of the Linux command line, and do file management is to use a file manager. In this case, I'm going to go with a orthodox file manager. Okay, so orthodox file managers, where are you? Are this thing that has two panes. The left half of the screen, which is called the left pane, the right half of the screen, which is called the right pane. At the bottom, there's quick actions that you can do. For instance, you can move this ICE authority file from tilde to slash. This is a tilde directory. The right-hand side, right pane, is the contents of the tilde directory of the home directory of the current user. So slash home slash username. Whereas the left pane contains the content of the directory slash. So slash is a directory. It has, as we saw previously, as subdirectories bin, boot, etc, and home. So by moving a file by copying a file from the right pane to the left pane, you're actually copying the file from the tilde directory, from the home directory of the current user, to the slash directory, to the root directory. So what you do, this is the cursor, this greenish color. Move this greenish background color to ICE authority by using the arrow keys. And then you press this button, which is called copy, which is 5, which means press the F5 on your keyboard. So my keyboard has function keys, F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, F8, F9, 10, 11, and 12 on the top row of my keyboard. So the top row of my keyboard starts with a keyboard key escape. Then there's keyboard keys for F1 to F12. And then there's the keys for print screen, scroll lock, pause, break. Okay, so once the file ICE authority is selected, you press F5 to copy the file from the current pane, which is the right pane, to the left pane, to the other pane. Okay. The orthodox file manager for the command line that I usually use in Linux is called Midnight Commander. Okay. So there's an active and a passive panel. There's a built-in viewer with F3. There's an editor with F4. So F being a function key on my keyboard. So there's F4, not pressing the F key and then the 4 key, but there's a special key for the F4 function key. Okay, you can copy files, you can move files. So let's install, if possible, an orthodox file manager, a command line one, on this machine. For that, I need to become a super user. Let's write this down. I am going to use the named Midnight Commander, which is MC. Okay, so as you do SU, I become super user. And now I'm going to use the package manager of my Linux distribution. So the Linux distribution is Ubuntu Server 2204, and its package manager is called apt-apt. I do not know how the command line apt works, so I'm going to look at the help for the apt command line. Okay, so I can go man apt, I can go apt -- help, or I can search on the internet for how to use apt, Ubuntu apt. Okay, let's see. Man apt install. So on this line it says that apt is a command. It allows to install packages if you provide the install command line parameter. Okay. Apt install and then help. So I went man apt. I found that I need to run apt install. Then I did not know how to run apt install. I went apt install -- help. And it says, where are you? It doesn't say anything. Okay, so I'm going to search on the internet. Okay, so I go Ubuntu. If you just search for apt, maybe you're not going to get the best results possible. But if you go Ubuntu apt, then you're probably going to be in the correct place. Okay, I wanted to search Ubuntu apt how to install packages. Like this. Okay, what do I get from here? I scroll through the results and I open in new tabs things which seem promising. Okay, so now I have 5 promising tabs opened in my web browser. Let's find out. I need to run sudo apt update. Yes, sir, I do need to run this thing. Okay. So I ran this thing. What else? I need to install sudo apt install and then a list of packages. Okay, that's what I need to run. And fortunately, I know that the name of the package is Midnight Commander MC. What does this thing display? It says that I'm going to install a thing which is a Ubuntu package which is called MC, but I'm also going to install other Ubuntu binary packages. bzip2, which is for the bzip2 file zipping compression algorithm, libssh for SSH client, a mail cap for capacities, MC data from Midnight Commander, MIME support for file types, and unzip another zip compression file format for the actual zip format. This was for the bzip2 format. Okay, so am I okay with installing not just MC but these other extra packages, 7 packages with a total of 2 megabytes? After it's going to be installed, 9 megabytes of my hard disk will be used. My hard disk is 45 gigabytes and it's asking me for 9 megabytes, which is 10,000 times less space that I have on my hard disk. If I just press enter, it will select the default question, the default answer to this question. The question is, do you want to continue? The default answer is uppercased, so it's Y. Y means yes. If I press Y and then enter, it's going to continue. If I just press enter, it's going to select the default answer, which is yes, and then continue, which is continue. Okay, so pressing Y and then enter is equivalent to just pressing enter. These 7 packages have been downloaded from the Ubuntu mirror server. These are the sizes of the binary packages that were downloaded in kilobytes. And then it has installed each of the packages. Here bz2, here libssh, this thing, here mailcap, here MC data, etc. When the installer finishes installing packages, I can see the bash Linux command line shell prompt familiar one again. Until I get the bash prompt back, I cannot write commands. So only after I get the prompt, I can actually write commands at the command prompt. Okay. Where were we? We were at what is file management. All of these file management actions, which are a lot, you can run them from the command line or from a text user interface, which is abbreviated TUI. File managers such as the Orthodox File Manager, Midnight Commander, MC. We're going to do the file management actions in MC first and then in the command line. In order to have MC available on my Ubuntu Server Virtual Machine, I actually needed to install Midnight Commander using the Ubuntu Server Package Manager command line. But this means that now I'm the user root and I use the user root just to do the things that only root can do, such as install packages, format hard disks, change network interface card settings. So just for a limited time, I'm on the track of the user root, and then the first moment when I finished what I need to do as root, I go back to being the user administrator. So what I need to do now is to run exit. And now I'm the user administrator again. Okay. This time I can run the Midnight Commander file manager, which is the command line MC. Okay, this is what we get. Let's go back to the text file. Okay, so I'm running MC, which shows this blue thing on the terminal, covers the entire terminal. On the right hand side I have the right pane. In the left hand side I have the left pane. I can switch between panes using the tab key. Where are you? This is the current tab. The right pane is the current pane, and the other pane is the left pane. I press the tab key once, I switch to the left pane, and now the current pane is the left pane, and the other pane is the right pane. Copying files, copies file from the current pane to the other pane. Each pane represents the contents of a directory. Okay. So we know about the Linux file system. We know it starts at / the root directory. Let's navigate there. I can use the arrow keys to select files and directories which exist inside of the current directory. The current directory is tilde, so /home/administrator. Using the arrow keys, I navigate inside of the tilde directory. And inside of the tilde directory is this special directory, which is .. So the .. directory means go up one directory. Okay, so we're inside of the tilde directory, which is /home/administrator. Okay. If we go one directory, so we're inside of this directory. If we go up one directory, we will be inside of this directory. Okay, let's start painting again. So there's the root directory, which is a bucket. This bucket is called /. Inside of the / directory, there's another directory which is called /home. There's other directories such as /boot, and /etc. etc. But we're interested for now in the tilde directory, which is /home/administrator. So / is a directory. It's the first big bucket. The biggest bucket in Linux is /. Okay, and there, inside of the bucket /, there's another bucket which is called /home. And inside the /home bucket, there's another bucket which is called administrator. /home Let's use text for that. /home/administrator. Okay. Like this. The biggest directory in Linux is called / or the root directory. In there we have another container, another directory which is called /home. In there we have another directory, another container which is called /home/administrator. Okay. So what we do is we inside of the /home/administrator directory, we go cd space. Cd is the command for changing directories, and then ... This we're inside of this directory, will get us inside of this directory. And if we change directory ... again, we'll get inside of this directory. So inside /home/administrator, we exit this container, we go to this container, we exit this container, and then we go to this container. If we go cd space ... again. Okay. Let's create a... I don't know how to do a... So this is the current directory. Use that. Okay. So this red circle represents the current directory. So the current directory is /home/administrator. We're taking the marker of current directory and we're moving it. Where are you? To this directory, to /home/administrator, or to this directory, to /. How do I do these things? Okay, so cd changes as pwd will say /home. Okay, and then if you go cd again, it will pwd will say /. Okay, the same thing can be done via the command line or using the file manager. In order to change directories in the file manager, I'm going to press the enter key. Okay, so now I'm in /home/administrator. If I press the enter key on ... I'm going to go up one directory. So I'm going to exit the container /home/administrator and enter the container /home, which is this one. This is a directory that does not have any files inside, has just one directory inside, and that directory is called administrator. And now with the arrow keys, I go up to ... in order to exit the home directory and enter the / directory. I go to the ... directory and press enter. This is the container / the directory / the directory root. in its glory. It contains many directories, and in this case the swap file, which is called /swap.img. Okay, let's open another window. So let's do these actions again, both in the file manager and from the command line. In here I can see tilde, in here I can see tilde. Let's change one directory up. I can also use the mouse, double click, and the command line is cd space ... and then I go pwd. Okay, I'm in the /home directory. I can see this thing by running pwd or in the bash prompt. I can see that I'm in the /home directory in the Orthodox File Manager Midnight Commander, because I can see in the right pane, which is the active pane, the current pane, the title /home. Okay. What if I go one directory down, not up? What if I want to enter the container administrator? I go cd administrator, or I double click on administrator in the Orthodox File Manager. No, I cannot change to the administrator directory. Whoa, I'm not in the virtual machine. Good catch. So let's open a new window, and I'll need to run the very first command that I'm running in order to connect to this virtual machine, which I do not have access to it by just scrolling inside of the terminal. So I can scroll for a while back in what was written inside of the terminal, but that scroll back memory is finite. I cannot scroll forever back in the history. But I can search through the history by using the up arrow. So up arrow shows me the last command that I ran, and I know that the last command that I ran was mc, so I press the up arrow key on my keyboard. Now if I'm going to press the up arrow key again on my keyboard, it's going to show whoami. Then it's going to show sudo su. Okay, I want to scroll through all of these commands until I get to the very first command that I have entered. Okay, so this is the very first command that I have entered, whoami. So this is the first command that I've ran on this computer. And in order to connect to this computer, I actually need to know the SSH command line. SSH administrator at, and then I need to know the IP address of this virtual machine, which I have written in here. Copy, Control V, Control C, paste. Asks for the password of the user administrator, and I'm inside of the tilde directory. Okay. So I'm searching through the history. With the up arrow key, I go back to the first command that I have run, and with the down arrow key, I go to newer and newer and newer command lines that I have run. And the last one is this MC. Let's go back. So now I'm connected to the same virtual machine, the same Ubuntu Server Virtual Machine, using two terminals. One is the second console, which is called console 2, and the other one is the first console. I can see in there that I'm using the user administrator and that I'm not connected locally, I'm connected remotely using SSH, because it says in the console inside of the terminal title bar the name, the IP address of the machine that I'm connected to. Okay, so both the current pane in the Midnight Commander and the second console are inside of the same directory, tilde, using the same directory, which is called administrator. I can see it in here, and I can see it in here with green. Okay, so change one directory up, cd dot dot, change one directory up arrow key, enter. Okay, pwd show /home. This Midnight Commander pane show /home is title. I can list the contents of a directory, ls. I can see inside of the Midnight Commander that the /home container contains just administrator, which administrator is a directory. ls shows this directory in a special color, which is blue. Okay, so ls lists the shows the list of directories and files inside the current directory. Again, a directory is a container, in the sense that it can contain other directories and files, whereas files are not containers because the files cannot contain directories and files. Okay, a useful feature for any container is a way to see what's inside the container. And from the command line, you use ls. Inside of Midnight Commander, you just look, because it always shows the listing of the current directory in the current pane. Okay. Then we change back directory. So we go cd administrator. Inside of Midnight Commander, I have selected the directory administrator, not the directory dot. So with the up down arrow key, I select the administrator directory and I press enter on it. And in the command line, I'm in the /home directory and I use the command line cd administrator. I can use a trailing slash or not, does not matter. Okay. And now I'm in the directory /home /administrator, both in Midnight Commander and in the second console. Okay. Change back, change directory to the /home to the container, to the directory that contains the directory /home /administrator. Again, with the arrow keys, get to dot, press enter. And now we're going to go even one directory up from here. I could write cd dot, or I could press the up arrow key, which navigates back in history and writes at the current prompt the command line that I have run previously, which is what I'm going to do now. So press the up arrow key and then press enter. So I'm in slash. I can see in here that the full path to the current directory is slash, and then pwd slash says that the full path to the current directory is slash. In Midnight Commander, I need to press the up arrow key to get to the dot directory, and then I press enter. Okay, so both Midnight Commander and the second console are in the slash directory. Midnight Commander shows the listing by default. If I want to see the listing from the bash command prompt, I need to go ls. Okay, so I was in the tilde slash home slash administrator directory. I changed directory up once. I got into this directory, and then I changed the directory, so cd space dot dot again, and I got inside of this directory slash. This is the current situation where I'm at. And then in order to see the contents of the slash directory, I use the command line ls. In here, in Midnight Commander, I did not need to do anything because it shows the content of the current directory inside of the current pane by default. Okay, there's 3 types of things inside of the slash directory. Swap.img is shown in white and is shown without a starting slash in Midnight Commander. This is actually a file. Okay, so it's displayed by ls, by the colorful ls in Ubuntu Studio with white because it's a file, and it's displayed without any starting slashes in Midnight Commander because it's a file. Then there's slash and file name, and in here it's shown in blue, so ls shows it in blue, and in Midnight Commander is shown with a slash in front, so slash boot and blue boot. This is an actual directory, so a container. Whereas tmp is shown with this green background, and bin is shown in green letters. So bin is shown with a starting tilde character, tilde bin in Midnight Commander, and in the output of the command ls it's shown with green. So this is a symlink, a symbolic link. We'll look at symbolic links further. Okay, so this is the content of the etc directory, it's /etc. This is the content of the dev directory. This is the content of the boot directory. This is the content of the bin directory. This is the content of the home directory. Okay, there's more directories in here. We will not look at the Linux directories yet. Okay, we look at the first ones: bin, boot, dev, etc, home. Again, you can look at all of the files recursively into all of the containers that exist inside /bin, /boot, /dev, /etc, /home using the command tree. Okay, So I go 3 and then I go less. Okay. Pressing the space key, I can see the next page, next page, next page. So these are all of the files and directories that exist in the Linux file system. The directories are shown as having children and are shown as having lines that start from them, whereas files are shown as having lines that end into them. Okay, so this is a file because this line ends into this file. Whereas this is a directory because there's a line that starts from this directory and goes to the subdirectory 2800. A directory that exists inside of another directory is called a subdirectory. So this is a parent directory, this is a child directory, there's a parent-child relationship, and this is a subdirectory of this directory. This container contains this container, this container contains this container, this container contains this container. So this container is actually a member of this container. When we say recursively, is that we're not interested in seeing just the kids of task. We want to also see all of the kids of 2800, all of the kids of ATTR, all of the kids of Armor. So we want to see all of the children, grandchildren, grandchildren, etc. That's when we use the word recursive. Q to exit less. Okay, let's run again the same command, up arrow key and then press enter. So this is the root, and then there's /bin, and it's not showing the content of the bin directory because it says that bin points to /usr/bin. This pointing to is actually a symlink, symbolic link. So /bin points to /usr/bin. But then bin is not a symlink. We can see it has a slash in front and has these contents recursively. Okay. After /bin, there's after /boot, there's /dev, which has at least 1 million files and directories inside. But on. The files are shown alphabetically by the 3 command line. So that's why I need to press page down or page up slower when I approach the letter T. E, V, and then Z, and then the listing of the directory /dev recursive stops. Then it starts listing the directory, the contents of the directory /etc recursively. Okay. Again, we're approaching, where are you? We're at /etc/apport, so we're just at the beginning of the contents of /etc/apt. So I can press page down to go to the next page, /etc/console setup, so letter C. Okay, /etc/ld, which is at letter L, letter M, and P, R. Okay, we're approaching the end, so /etc/ssh, which with letter S. Okay. And slash etc slash udev, which is letter U. Slash etc slash vim, letter V. Slash etc slash x11, letter X. And the last one is slash etc slash zsh slash command not found. This is the last file or directory that exists inside of the slash etc directory, and then it goes to slash home, which has slash home slash administrator. Okay. So we know how to traverse directories using cd space dot dot or cd the name of the directory. We can jump straight from one bucket to the other without jumping through the intermediate hoops. So we can go from slash, from this huge bucket, to this small bucket directly. We don't need to go from slash bucket to the slash home bucket and then to the slash home slash administrator bucket. We can jump from here straight there by providing the full path of the directory. So that's, we're in the slash directory. We can go cd slash home slash administrator, like this. And now we're back into the tilde directory. This is called the full path because it starts with slash. When we went from slash home back to administrator, we just wrote cd administrator, just the short name of the file, of the directory. And then it saw that that provided directory that it should change to does not have a full path. It's just a name of the directory and it exists in the current directory, so then it changed to that. Let's go there and see exactly. C slash home. This is full path. Because it starts with a slash. Okay, and the opposite is not full path, not absolute path. It's a relative path or directory name or dot character. So let's go there, slash home. And then we go cd administrator. Press enter. It navigates to slash home slash administrator because there's a directory named administrator inside of the directory slash home. Just a directory name. Okay, slash something is a full path. This is also a full path, and this is also a full path. Without a slash, without any slashes, without any dots, it's just a directory name. Okay, this is a special directory. There's many special directories. Special directory. So there's cd dot dot that advances to the parent directory of this one. Cd dot, which doesn't do anything. It keeps us into the current directory. Dot means current directory. Then there's cd tilde, which means go to we go cd home, and then if we go cd tilde, it takes us to /home/directory. What other directories? I know there was minus. Let's go. Cd home and cd minus. Cd tilde and then cd minus. Okay, so cd minus takes us to the previous directory within /home, and we go to tilde, which is /home/direct/administrator in here, and then we say we don't want to be in /home/administrator, we want to be in the previous directory. So we go cd minus, and the previous directory was /home, so now we're in /home. Okay, and then there's cd without any parameters, which does the same thing as cd space tilde. It takes us to the home directory of the current user. The root user has a different home directory than the user administrator. So the home directory of the current user, you need to be sure what is the current directory, administrator or user, before running cd or cd tilde. Okay, cd and cd tilde takes you to the same spot. Okay, so this is navigating the directories. One of the hardest things to understand when you're trying to learn the file system. Okay, so there's buckets, which are containers, which are directories. You can jump around straight from /boot to /administrator by specifying the full path. If you're inside of /boot, you can go cd space /home/administrator. It will jump right here. If you're inside /boot and you want to use the special directories, you can go cd space .. It will get you here inside of /, and then you can go cd home without any slashes. It will see that there's a home directory inside of the current directory, and it will go there. Now you're inside /home. Then you can go cd administrator. So just by directory names, it will see that there's a directory named administrator inside the current directory, which is /home, and it will navigate you there. And now you're inside of /home/administrator directory, which is this bucket. Okay, so this is moving through directories. Where are you? Exiting and entering directories, this thing. Exiting and entering directories. So we got out of file management 2 done, and all of these are remaining. Okay. So let's go to home administrator, and let's do the rest of the operations really fast. Create a directory. It says in here mkdir7, so F7, directory 01. Inside we create another directory, so I'm pressing enter when I'm with the cursor on the dir1 directory. I navigate inside of the fresh new directory dir1. I create a second directory F7 dir2. I press enter, and now I have 2 directories. If I run 3, I can see that there's just 2 directories inside of the tilde directory. One is called dir, and the other is called dir2, but inside of dir. The other files and directories are hidden. So all of the files and directories that have a name starting with a dot are hidden. So this is hidden, this is hidden, this is hidden, this is hidden. All of these are hidden except this. 3 is not showing me hidden directories by default. It's just showing me the other directories. So directories that are not hidden, directories that do not start with a dot. Okay. What we want to do, we want to create a file in here. How do we do that? I do not know. Let's create it from the command line. So in order to create a file, just create a file, nothing else, we have the command touch. So we create a file by using the touch command. So we go touch, first file .txt. I just put this extension. The extension can be missing, not a problem, it's still a file. You can use other extensions than txt, such as, I don't know, md or html. But for our examples, we're probably just going to use txt. Now, do we have this file? Let's go ls to list it. It's in here. Unfortunately, Midnight Commander does not refresh the contents of the current directory, the listing of the current directory automatically once files appear and disappear. So for that, you're going to need to navigate to another directory, either up to /home directory and then back, or in depth inside of the dir1 directory and then go back. Once Midnight Commander navigates to a directory and it shows it in a pane, then it shows the correct content of that directory, including files that just have appeared. Okay. We can see the content of this file. So where are you? This thing. By using a viewer. So there's less. The file is empty. We can use a file viewer in Midnight Commander, which says in here 3 view, so F3. It's empty. Or we can edit the file. The editors in Ubuntu that exist by default are nano, or vi. Let's now edit the file. I'll select the file in Midnight Commander, and in the bottom I can see for edit, which means that pressing F4 will edit the file. So F4 on the keyboard. It asks which of the editors do I want to select, and it chooses nano by default. I can press enter, which means selecting the answer 1 to the question choose 1 to 5. So 1 being /bin/nano, the easiest. Okay, so I press enter, which means 1, which means nano. The file is empty. At the bottom, I can see the possible commands. So those are shortcuts with the acute sign being control. So Control X is exit, Control G help, Control O write out, Control R read file, Control K cut, Control U paste, etc. Okay, so let's exit, Control X. Let's do the same thing from the command line. So the command line to start nano, the text editor is nano, and then the name of the file. In order to put the name of the file, I can go file.txt, or I can put a 1 and then press the tab key. It automatically auto-completes the only possible auto-completion, which is the only file that's non-hidden here, which has the name starting with 1. Okay. Again, if you go nano space 1, because there's just one file which has the name starting with 1, by pressing the tab key, it knows how to autocomplete the rest of the file name. Okay, we get to the same place, to a file that's empty. Ctrl X to exit. Okay, let's put the first line inside of the file. Okay, and now when we exit, Ctrl X, it says there's a modified buffer, so the file has been modified inside of the random access memory, so inside of the memory of the computer, but not inside of the storage, not on the hard disk. So it asks me if I want to take the current version of the file as it is in computer's memory and store it in the computer's storage. And I go, yes. I've pressed the Y key on the keyboard. And so that was the first question. If I want to take the current version of the file from memory and put it into storage, onto the disk. And now it asks a second question, which is, do I want to save this file as firstfile.txt with this name or with a different name? So I press enter because I like the answer firstfile.txt to the question file name to write. Okay. And now if I view it, F3, it looks okay. I can press escape to exit. If I view it in here with less, it looks okay. I can escape with Q, the Q key, or I can continue editing like this and like this. So it says that the file is being edited. So don't edit the same file using different editors or two different at the same time. Open anyway, no N. Ctrl X. Okay. Hello world. This is the final line. Ctrl X, save modified buffer, yes. Write name, correct one, enter. So I pressed a Y key and then enter key. Okay, let's edit the same thing in Midnight Commander, F4. It opens in the same editor, which is GNU Nano. It works the same way. You can write whatever you want inside of the file. You can press the backspace key to delete. Or you can run commands with Control. So Control X to exit. Save modified buffer. So in here I answer Y. Enter. Okay. What can we do with the file? So we've edited the content of the file. Now we can, so this was change contents of file. We can rename the file. Let's rename the file. In Midnight Commander, you go 6 ren mov. So ren means rename, mov means move. So F6. And now it says, I want to move the first file to the directory /home/administrator. And I want, but then I want with a different name, the second name.txt. Okay. So now the same file used to have the name first file, and now it has the name second name.txt. Okay, so touch this thing, less this thing, and nano. So this is just a viewer, not an editor. Means you cannot edit the file. You can see the contents of the file, but you cannot do any destructive changes on the contents of the file. You cannot change the contents of the file. Okay. How do we rename the file back? We'll do it from the command line using the command move. So mv. So it says mv source and directory, or mv source and destination. So we're going with this command possibility, mv. These in square parentheses are optional, so everything is optional. mv is mandatory, source is mandatory, destination is mandatory. So we're going to use move the current name of the file, the new name of the file. So mv current name of the file starts with 2. I don't know exactly what's the name of the file, so I press the tab key once, and then I want the previous name of the file. So I'll copy it from this text file, right click, copy, and right click, paste in the terminal. Okay, and now we're going to want to refresh Minnet Commander. So for that, is there a button to refresh? Rescan, Control R. Okay, so Control R, C means control, R means the letter R on the keyboard. So M means Alt. So this is the Alt E, Control X and I, Control X and then Q, Control R. Okay, so we know how to rename files. Let's see how we copy files. So we select the file, and then on the bottom of Minnet Commander it says 5 copies, so let's go F5. And we must specify another name, otherwise it's going to copy it into itself, because both the left and right pane in Minnet Commander represent the tilde directory, the same directory. One copy. Okay, so it made a copy of the file. Both files we can see have the size 38 bytes, and we can look fast in them by using F3. F3, hello world, this is the final line. Yes, escape, escape. F3. So this viewer is the total command, Minnet Commander viewer. Hello world, this is the final line. Escape, escape. Okay, move, copy. So rename is the same thing as move. Rename means put this file into the same directory. So keep the directory, keep the container where this file exists. So if it's here, keep it still inside of the same container, but rename its short file name. Whereas move might mean take it from here and put it in here with the same name or with a different name. So you can change the full path of a file in any way you want. That's moving. Okay, let's delete the file. Let's take the copy and delete it. So in the bottom of Midnight Commander, I can see that delete is 8, so 8 delete. So that's F8. Says, do you really want to delete this file? There's no garbage bin, recycle bin, trash in the command line. So once you delete a file, it's gone. So be really, really careful with the files that you delete. Delete file, I pressed the right arrow key. And then when the focus is on the no button, I press enter. So I do not want to delete the file. Let's delete it from the command line. Set rm. So says rm, which deletes, and then some options such as false, prompt, etc. And then a list of files. So I'm not going to give a list of files, I'm going to give a file. You can specify a file either with just the name, if the file exists in the current directory, with a full path, if the path starts with slash, or with a relative path, such as with dot dot, or with dot, or with tilde. Okay, so let's delete the file using the full path, just the file name, so the short file name. I press uppercase O and then tab key, and it deletes the file. And Ctrl R in here. So now there's just the first file. So it didn't confirm if I want to delete the file, the file is gone forever. So let's make a copy, which is cp in the command line. First file, one tab, and then okay. Okay, what's next? Copy, move, change, delete. So we delete with RM or with F8. We rename with F6 or MV. We copy with CP or F5. To change the metadata, the easiest ways to do it is using the mouse inside of Midnight Commander. So you go File, Chmod, do your thing in here, cancel, and File, chown, this thing. You can change the owner, so the Linux user that owns the file and the user group that owns the file. Okay, cancel. How do we combine things both with files and directories? You use the left pane to navigate inside of a directory. the right pane to locate the file, and then you can, for instance, create a copy from tilde first file to tilde slash dir1 slash first file. So that means copying a file. F5, enter. Now there's two different, very different copies of the first file into different directories. These files, these two files have different paths. So the operation using full paths and command line would be like this: cp and then slash home slash the name of the file. The same thing, but with a dir1 in here. So that's the command line that was actually ran by a Midnight Commander when I selected this file and I pressed F5. So F5 is dual pane, has a source pane and a destination pane. The current pane is the source pane and the other pane is the destination pane. So it takes the file from the source pane, copies it to the destination pane. We can see that we can prove that these two files are in fact different by the fact that I can edit this file and say inside dir1. Okay, so we've changed the content of the file and now we're saving it. We can see that the size of the two files are different. One is 52 bytes in size, the other two is 32 bytes in size. With F3 we can preview the content, so read-only view. Doesn't have the second line escape tab. F3 does have the inside dir line escape. Okay, so we know how to move files around. We can move directories the same way as we move files. So for instance, we can create in here a so F7, we create a directory named destination directory. Yes. And we can put the entire dir1, a copy of dir1 inside of here. So that's F5. Okay. And now 3 looks like this. Directory 1 exists in two places, both in tilde, in this place, but also in tilde slash destdir. For now, the contents are identical, but once you start renaming this directory, the original directory will not change its name. If you change the contents of this file, the original file will not change its contents. So just take a copy of this and put it in here. And from there on, there's no relationship from here to here anymore. Okay. Next. So this in CP terms was how do you create a directory? I make dir, and the name of the directory is destdir. Okay, and we copy this entire directory in here. And I'm not sure, maybe even with -R. So let's delete what's inside this dir and see how we can, so F8 to delete. It says it's not empty. Do I want to delete it recursively? With the arrow keys, I walk through the buttons, I get to all and press OK. Okay, let's do a tree again. So let's see if this command line works okay. And it works. So cp-r does work. 8. Okay, what about no -r? It says you did not specify -r. These two are directories. I'm just going to copy the contents, the immediate contents of this directory. So just first file, not. So omitting the entire directory, dir1. Okay. So it did not copy anything like this. So it's waiting for you to put a -r to the command, which -r means recursive. There are two directories. You wanted to copy from a directory to another, the entire directory tree structure. So it saw that and it asked if you really want to do copy -r. So it failed, but it wrote the correct suggestion. Okay. So create mkdir, delete rm, rename mv, move mv, enter cd, exit cd space dot, put files inside. You can create the files with touch, or you can create them directly with the text editor. So you can go nano space the name of the file and the file will be created. Put directories inside directories. There's this thing, or change into the first directory and create a directory there with make dir or F7 in Midnight Commander. Okay, so this is about it about file management. The chown and chmod are advanced, but I'm going to show them immediately. And the other complicated things is if you don't specify a full path, you don't specify a relative path with ... or dot, what then? Okay, for instance, you can go cd dot slash dir1 dir2, and you know what's going to do. Dot means the current directory. It's this special directory. I did not. So dot means that the current directory. So the current directory, does it have a subdirectory dir? Yes, one. Yes, it does have this one. And then is there in that container another container called div2? Yes, there is. Then go to that container, and it went, and I can see in here the path and in here. Okay, but then what happens if you go cd and just the name of the directory and then the name of a second directory? These two are identical. Okay. So if this path is not full, is not absolute because it does not start with a slash, And if you would put a dot slash in front of it, you knew that it starts from the current directory, and you can see that it's a relative path. So relative path starts with tilde, with dot, dot, but also with nothing special, just the name of a directory that really exists inside of the current directory. Because it's the same thing if you go cd space dot slash dir1 versus cd space dir1. It's the same thing. Okay, you can even go really crazy, like cd and then cd dot dot, which is the slash home directory, then administrator, then dir1, and now you're in tilde slash dir1, so slash home slash administrator slash dir1. Okay, let's do chown and chmod. Let's create a file in directory 1 and make it executable. Nano say something .sh. So shebang echo hello there. Okay. Control X to exit, save modified buffer, I press the Y key, enter, and now I have a file which is valid, is plain text, is a shell script. There's this executable called file that you can use to know what's inside of a file. So it says ASCII text, which means it's plain text. Then it's a POSIX shell because it had the shebang slash bin slash sh, not something else such as slash bin slash bash. It's a script because it has the shebang, and it's not yet executable, but it will be. Okay, we can execute it like this. We can execute it like this. We can execute it like this. Nope, we cannot execute it like this. Okay, so let's look again at the content of the file. So if it only had echo hello there, this would be a plain text file. But because the magic that happens on the first line, this is something magic you just have to learn by heart. So this is the pound sign, the hash mark. This is the exclamation point, and then slash bin slash sh. This is the standard for POSIX for Unix shells. And then a list of command lines that work correctly when run in the command line. Right, so echo is something that works if you put it in here. So a list of valid command lines. Okay. If you tell bash, hey, run this file, it will know how to run it. But if you say just run this file and does not matter what it is, which is going like this, so relative path dot slash, and then say something. It will say permission denied. And the convention is that if you give as command line just the name of a file with a relative path or an absolute path, with the exception of just the short file name. So if you do not specify the short file name, but specify any other way to the file, so any other path to the file, including a relative to dot, to dot dot, to slash, to tilde, to whatever. So if you give a path to a valid path to this file, that's not the short file name of the file, then the shell, which is bash in this case, will try to see if it can execute that file. The first step that needs to be done for this file to become executable is to have the execute bit. ls minus la means ls, which means list, and then minus l means long, and a means all. A is for showing the hidden files dot and dot dot. Minus l is for showing many columns of information about a file, not just the short file name. If you go just ls, it only shows the files that are not hidden, so it doesn't show the dot directory in the dot dot directory, and it doesn't show a long line for each of the files. Okay, so let's see the man page of ls. Says ls, and then we're in this part where we say options. We have in here minus a and l, and for file this is optional. We're not specifying anything. If we're not specifying anything, then the current directory is listed by default. Lists contents of directory. So the contents of the directory might be directories or files that are on the top level. Okay, so we'll go minus a to not ignore entries starting with dot, so dot, 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 and the hidden files. And then we go long, which is this. Use a long listing format. Q to exit the manual. Okay, we can go even ls minus l to just show on a single line with many details each file, but not show dot and dot dot. Okay, so for each file or directory that exists in the given directory which is not given, we didn't give any directory, so the directory is the current directory. This is a directory, a subdirectory, and this is files that are inside this directory. So for each, there's columns. So this is a column, this is a column, this is a column, this is a column, this is a column. Okay, so let's look at the columns. This column is the day, the month, day, hour, and minute when the file was last edited, so the last changed. Okay, this is the M time, the modified time, this column. Okay, this is the size in bytes of the file for files. For directories, it shows, I don't know, the inode size or something. Midnight Commander does the same thing. It goes on the column size, says 4096. On the color modified time, so M time, shows June 5, and so the same format is shown both by ls-l and by Midnight Commander by default for modified time and for the size. Okay, This column is called the owner group, so chown group. This is the owner Linux user account, which is change owner. This is the chmod bits. Okay, let's look at those. So for the first file, we go file and chmod to see the individual bits, which is this thing. Okay, so we list long just this file. Okay, it looks like this. So what do each and every bit do? So these are what? I know, bits or something. So we'll see. So this RWX is in fact a byte, is a pair of 3 elements or a tuple. So on the first position there's an R, which means readable by others, this thing. Then this is writable by others, this thing. This is executable or searchable by others. Executable if it's a file, enterable into if it's a directory. So this was this part, these 3 ones. Okay, so this is the group byte. Okay, this is the user byte. Okay, another byte. So byte means 8 bits. So this is 8 bits. This is 8 bits, so a byte with the same 3 types of bytes. So there's the last part, which is executable, searchable. Oh, wrong. Others. Okay. So this is executable by others, writable by others, readable by others, which means that this file is readable by all users on this machine. Does not matter what Linux user account. Okay, so they can open the content of the file and modify and read it. Okay. Then the next group of 3 is a user group. So my user group is called administrator, my user is called administrator. So the group is about what can this thing do. This thing can read the file, but also write. Write means changing the contents of the file. the body of the file. And probably also the metadata, the file name, chown, chmod, touch it, so to change the m time, modify time. And then the pair of 3 for user. So this is the owner user. Okay, so the owner user can the same execute, write, or read. Okay. And then there's 3 special ones which we'll not talk about for now. And there's more for other things. So this is, I know, probably a byte, which we'll totally ignore. And then the 3 bytes will need to know what they do. Okay. So what is a byte? A byte is this thing. Means 8 of zeros and ones. So this is a byte, this is a byte, this is a byte. So this 8 ones and zeros. Does not matter which ones and zeros. They just need to be 8. Okay. It's 8. Not sure if it's a byte, maybe it's half a byte. Okay, so it's octal. Does not say if it's a byte or more. Okay, like this. This is the representation in base 8 or base 10, and this is a representation in base 2, in the sense that this part, so readable by others on and writable by others not on, execute by others off. So that's on, off, off, which means 1, 0, 0, 3 bits, so 3 of ones and zeros. And this is 2 to the power of 1 times 2 to the power of 2. This is to the power of 1. And this is to the power of 0. And there's a plus sign between them, like this. And an equal sign at the end. Okay. So this part, others 3 bits, read nothing, nothing. So read is turned on, write is turned off, and execute by others is turned off. That means one byte which has value, bytes can have values 0 and 1. First byte has value 1, the most significant. The next bit has value 0. The least significant one has value 0. And when you convert these things to octal, so to base 8 or to base 10, this is in base 2, so the base at the power for least significant is 0. This is base 2 at the power, the next one, which is after 0 comes power 1. And then power 2, base 2, at the power of the next one, which is 2. So power 0, power 1, and power 2. And these are the 3 values that you see above. So 1 is here, 2 is here, 0 is here, 0 is here. The base is always 2, so 2 at the power is the same. And then the power differs. For the least significant it's 0, for the next one it increments to 1, for the last one it increments to 2. So 0, 1, and 2 are the powers. This is the base of the power, and this is multiplicated to these actual values. So this and this is this. Okay. So let's see the last one. So 2 at the power of 0 is 1, and that you multiply with 1. Okay, the next one, 2 at the power of 1, that's 2, and then you multiply that thing with a 0, and then there's a plus, and 2 at the power of 2, that's 4, and then you multiply that thing to this thing, which is 1, and that's it. So 0 times something is 0, 0 times something is 0, 1 times 4 is 4. That's why it's showing this 4 in here. Okay, so this was for these other 3 bits. For the owner user 3 bits, these guys, the bits are on, off, So on, off. The power is 2 because it's base 2, it's bits. This incrementation of power, so the least significant is 0, and then 1, 2 remains the same. 1, 1 on off means 1, 1, and then 0. So 1 is 1, on is 1, off is 0. And these three values will be used before the multiplication sign. So in here it's this one, so a 0. In here is this one, so 1. And in here it's this one, so a 1. Okay. 2 times 0 is 1, multiplied by 0 is 1 times 0. 2 at the power of 1 is 2 multiplied by 1. 2 at the power of 2 is 4 multiplied by 1. So 0 multiplied to anything is 0. 1 times 2, that's 2. And 1 times 4, that's 4. So 4 plus 2 is 6. And this is what we see in octal and decimal. So this 16. Okay, so that's why 664 means on, off, on, off, on, off. 6 means on, off. 4 means on, off. Okay, so this part is taken from the chmod. This part, where are you? This part is taken from the chown. Let's look at the chown. File, chown, Ctrl+X. So change ownership of a file. This file is owned, so this thing, these bits are for the user administrator. And then these 3 bits are for the group administrator. Okay, we can change things around in here, I don't know. You can select a different group to be the owner of this file. So, you know, let's put wheel in here. No such thing. Sudo. Let's put sudo. Okay. And as a user, we'll put what? ww data. Great. Okay. Says cannot chown because operation is not permitted. It's my file, I should be able to chown it. Okay, let's see if I can chown it by hand. So it says change file owner and group, nothing else, just file owner and group. The last parameter is the file that we want to change. And the syntax is owner user colon owner group. Okay, so chown, what was that? www data. The group was sudo and the file was first file. So the user www data is not member of the group as sudo or something. ww minus data, as it says in here. And now it's operation not permitted. First it was wrong user or group, and now it's operation not permitted. Okay, let's use the hammer. Okay. It seems that changing the owner, even if it's your own file, you've created it, you're the owner group, you cannot change the owner without being root, at least in this case, maybe for this user and group combination. Okay, so the chmod bits are the exact same, but this still applies to all users and all user groups. This applies just to the group. First, previously it applied just to group administrator. Now it applies just to the user group sudo. And these 3 bits first applied to the user administrator. Now they apply to the user www-data. Okay, and then we can show it back. Okay, so this is chowning a file and chmodding. Okay, we can see that now the user owner of the file is my user, not www-data, and the group owner is my user, not sudo. For chmod, let's look at the man page. So it says chmod file and mode. Okay, but then mode can be given in many ways. You can use plus, you can use minus, you can use UGO, user group others. You can use X to make it executable. You can use S to make it, I don't know, sticky, or what is that? And you can also call this thing recursive for for this directory and all of its children, which is strange. Okay, a command that I run often is this one, chown -r and then a directory name. Okay, this takes the given directory, makes it such that this directory, all of its children, subdirectories, recursively, grandchildren, etc., and all of the files that are in all of those directories are now owned by this user and this group in the chown. With this, you use it often when you copy files over as the root user, and then you make sure you can use them with your own regular user. So you copy using sudo, but then you run this thing to not require sudo to actually use the files, to edit them, to move them around. Okay. Chmod. The only chmod I have ever used probably is this guy, +x, to make a file that's, I have downloaded a file from the internet. I need to run that file, but then I need to make it executable first, so I make it executable, then I run it. Okay, and then file name. So let's do this thing on the say something file. So chmod +x means make it executable for the owner user, for the owner group, and for everybody else. So it sets this 1, 1, and on, the last of the 3 bits. Okay, if we look with ls-l, you will see for the file say something, the executable bit set for other users and groups, for the owner group and for the owner user. Now you can run the file with just with a path to that file. So you can go tilde/dir1 say something, or / say something, or the very full path from this. It's dir1. Okay, if you remove the x bit, which is done by using -x, you cannot use any of this. It will always say permission denied. Okay. So that was chmod chown. Some words about the file system hierarchy. Many Unix operating systems have this special manual page, which is here from hierarchy, the first 4 letters. Okay, so you get there for man here, HIER. It says in broad lines what directories and what important directories and files exist on this computer. So / is the root directory. There's no full path that does not contain this /. Okay, /bin for binaries, /boot for the kernel and everything that's needed in order for the system to be able to mount the current SSD disk and to run init from it, so systemd, to start the very first process, user mode process. Okay. So the boot is divided in 2 parts. The part that is about the hard disk bootloader, it depends on what medium it boots, TFTP, DVD boot, USB boot, etc. There's grub in there, Lilo, UEFI, BIOS, MBR, etc. Then there's the init-rd, and at some point the Linux kernel is in such an advanced state of booting where it can see the disk that we're interested in which is dev/dev/vda2. It sees that its file format is ext4. It sees that it doesn't have file system errors. It sees if it needs to do a file system check or not. And then it's able to mount it as / and then start the user space processes, starting with the very first process, which has process ID 1, which is usually called init, and on most Linux distributions, Linux operating systems, is the systemd package. So from there on, after init or systemd is started, from then on, there's another part of booting where systemd starts all of the services and graphical user interface, display manager, the SSH server, at which point we can connect remotely via SSH. Okay, dev is for devices, so the partition, the disk where we store our work is /dev/vda2 in this case, so that's an actual file called vda2 inside of this directory /dev. /etc is for configuration such as computer name, IP address of the computer, then /home contains the home directories of the users which are not the root user. Lib is for some libraries. /media is where if you insert a USB stick, a new directory will be created. Okay, mnt is something else. /opt, some software, after you install it, it will put files in /opt. /proc lists all of the processes that runs in this moment will have files in here, or directories even. /root is the home directory of the user root. sbin, this is super user binaries. /sys is a special file system similar to proc, so this thing does not actually, the contents of the sys directory do not actually exist on hard disk. They're just made up by the Linux kernel. The same for the contents of the directory /proc. USR, this is the bulk of the system. This is where all of the executables, shared libraries, images, everything is after you finish installing the operating system. So this is the most important directory for the computer, and this is the most important the most important directory for the user, because the user will store the user's, I don't know, images, music, videos, work, homeworks in here. Okay, since /usr contains the entire system of the entire content of the operating system, there's a ton of directories with important directories inside, such as bin with directory, with executable files and the shared libraries. No, not just executable files. This contains C programming language header files, so include files. Okay, we can look a bit around. So let's do that. So page up, enter, and we're in /. In / there's bin, so this directory contains executable programs. Yes, it does. This is an executable program. The open parenthesis is an executable program. Opt is the program that we have used in order to install packages. So this is the package manager. The editor nano is in here at letter N. And A, this is the executable, the editor nano, this one. By double clicking on an executable, you actually start it inside of Midnight Commander. Midnight Commander is in here, it's this guy. Man, which is used for man pages, is this guy. Okay. The executable starts and ends immediately because man with no parameters does not do anything. Okay, so it has actually run ./man and says what parameter did you actually want to pass to the command line man. You could go man, but not just man. I require a parameter. Okay. Bing. Bing says you did not specify any address. So most executables in here require a complicated command line. You don't call it by just dot slash its file name. Perl probably can. Control D, Control O, executed correctly. Okay. So these are the executable files that exist by default in a Ubuntu server installation. The Z ones are for compression and decompression. This with a triplet, starting with a triplet, so x86, 64, Linux, and GNU are for the current toolchain used to build C programs from C source code, C programming language source code. whoami tells you who you are, so your administrator. Who tells you who is logged into this computer, so the user administrator is logged 4 times, twice from SSH, etc., etc. Okay, page up to go back to dot, and then press enter to advance one directory up. We're back at slash, then slash boot says contains files for the bootloader, which are this directory, and then the Linux kernel image and initrd and config, etc. for the Linux kernel. They have a ton of files in here and in the subdirectories, which represent devices, which represent Linux kernel things. etc configuration files, for instance, for the package manager opt from Ubuntu server, there's a /etc/app/sources.list file, which says that when you go apt install mc, it will try to find it inside of this directory. If it doesn't find it there, it will try inside of this, inside of this. If that fails, it will try in here, then in here, then in here. So in all of the lines that are not commented out. First line and second are commented out because they have a sharp sign in front of them. The third line does not have this comment line, so it's not a comment line. It doesn't have the comment character. So all of the lines that start with a comment character are commented out. So the first two are commented out. This is not commented out. This, and this are commented out. This is not commented out. This is commented out. Escape, escape to exit. Okay. Page up, enter, page up, enter. Home directory, I have just one human user using this computer, which is called administrator. So there's just one home directory. The other home directory is, this guy is for the user root. Okay. So these things point to somewhere in /usr. This thing points to somewhere in /usr/usr/usr/usr/usr. By the magic, that's called symlink, symbolic link. So you go to /bin and it jumps without you even knowing into /usr/bin. Okay. This, in case of errors, in case of writing files to the hard disk, has some errors. Something will be written in here. I've never used this directory. Okay, so media is for mounting USB sticks or SD cards. /opt might be used by third-party software. /proc is something that does not exist on my hard disk, but it's in fact invented by the Linux kernel. For instance, /proc/modules is a plain text file that again does not exist on the hard disk. It's just in the imagination of the Linux kernel inside of the random access memory, and it shows all of the Linux kernel modules or drivers that are currently loaded inside of the Linux kernel. Escape. MISC. Show what this thing is. This is statistics about the random access memory and swap. What else? Uptime. /proc/uptime says when I restarted this computer the last time. /proc/version says the version of the Linux kernel that's currently booted, etc. Command line says the command line that was used in order to boot the Linux kernel. The Linux kernel command boot. Command line. Boot command line. There's one CPU/proc/CPU info says all that the Linux kernel knows about the CPU, so the central processing unit, the processor, CPU thread count. We can see it's processor 0, processor 1, processor 2. So the processor threads start at 0 and at 3 because I only allocated 4 CPU cores. So from 0 to 3 there's 4 virtual CPU, so 4 CPU cores to this virtual machine. Page up, and then enter. Okay, bin is something somewhere inside of /usr. Snap, it's for the Ubuntu Snap package management technology. Sys is another invention of the Linux kernel. This is a temporary directory /tmp. And there's /val/tmp, another temporary directory. Okay, and this is the swap file. Only 2 directories remain, /usr/var. Var is for files that always change, such as debug log files, access log files, printer, spooler, emails that need to be sent, emails that have been received, databases of packages that can be installed, or binary packages that are already installed on this machine. And /usr is mostly never written to, so it can be mounted read-only. And it contains all of the files, most of the files that have been installed from the ISO installer that I have run when I created the virtual machine. So bin is executables, lib is, where are you? This is the shared objects, which is similar to dynamic link libraries, DLLs on Windows and dilib on macOS. So they are parts of executables. Without these SO files, the executables will not run. Okay. Page up. What else? There's this shared directory, so /usr/local should be empty. The Ubuntu package manager generally does not write in here. This is for the user. If the user wants to install software that is not from Ubuntu, that's maybe from source tarballs, the user maybe wants to compile that software, install it on the machine such that that software is available to all users. So if you want to compile software and make it available just for the user administrator, you should install it into this directory, ~/.local. But if you want to make the software available to all of the users on your computer, then you should install it into /usr/local. It's better if you can get away with just ~/.local. If you have only 2 users, then install in /.local for each user. But if you have 100 users, you cannot do that thing. So you will end up installing in /usr/local. Okay, and then there's share. So this thing is most of the other files which are not .so files and executables. So, you know, icons, man pages, help files, sample files, example files, template files, etc. Fonts, everything is /usr/share. And these files should not be CPU architecture specific, so should be no arch files. These files should be as useful on a x86 machine as they are on a Apple Silicon machine. Okay, let's look at the /root user root directory. So for that I become super user. I ask, where am I? It says in /home/administrator. Yeah, but then why aren't you showing me a tilde in here? Because tilde means the directory of the current user, and the current user is not administrator. Okay, then cd tilde takes me to the current directory of the current user. It takes me to the home directory of the current user. So do that. And now I can see a tilde in here. So I'm in the home user of the current directory of the current user. Which is that? pwd is /root. Okay, so /root is the home directory of the user root. /home/administrator is the home directory of the user administrator. Okay. So we did file system hierarchy also. We did files, changing files. What else do we want to do? Well, we might need to download things from the internet. So let's say I want to download a what? I want to download an image file. Which is which? This AWS image. Okay, how do I download this thing? Not as root, so exit. And I have 3 possibilities. One is called wget. So it says it has connected to the server. It has downloaded 4 kilobytes, and the 4 kilobyte file is named like this and was saved to the current directory. So let's see it. Okay, the file was indeed downloaded. Let's see if it's a PNG. File shows us the type of the file. It will say PNG image data, which does. Now we know the size of the file, 228 by 160 pixels. RGBA, great. Another way to download this file, so let's delete the file, is using curl. And I do not know the syntax of curl, so let's see. If I go just curl and the HTTP, it will just write inside of the terminal the content of the file. It will not save the file. Okay, so it tells me I want in fact to run -- output and then the file name. So let's do that. -- output and then the file name. So aws.png. Okay, it has downloaded the file. Let's see if it's in here. Yes, it is. Let's see if it's correct. Indeed, PNG. And where did it say previously? So PNG image data 2028 by 160, 8-bit not interlaced. Another way to do it is to use a text user interface or a terminal, a console web browser. So those are called links or links, and they're not installed by default on this machine. Okay, so let's try to install one. This is the package manager for Ubuntu, and I tell it to search for links like this. Yes, it exists. Links like this. It exists. So there's at least two web browsers. There's one with this name, LINKS, another one LINKS2, and then there's also one with the other spelling, which is links with Y. So let's install this thing. Okay, so these three. Web browser text mode. Sudo apt okay. Okay, and I will call that thing the name of the web browser, the executable, and then some URL. So it says it's an image. Do I want to download or to cancel? Let me cancel. Okay. Is there a web page that works in links? Most web pages do not work in links because links does not have JavaScript. Allow cookies. Always A. Okay, says arrow keys up and down to move up and down, right to follow a link, left to go back. So right, if I'm on a link, it will click on it. Left, it will go back in history. So let's do that. Let's go to data structures and algorithms for JavaScript. Okay, I'm here. I'm going to press right arrow key. Okay, left arrow key to go back. I don't see anything in here. So this is an example of files probably that of web pages that do not work because they require JavaScript. But the web browser, the terminal web browser is really great when you want to download files, when you have an FTP server and you need to download all of the files there or 20 files from there. There's all sorts of moments when just copy pasting from a web browser is maybe not enough, and links the web browser can do it. Okay, let's exit using Q. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes. Great. Okay, so the very next thing is to learn the package manager in Ubuntu. So in Ubuntu, there's two lineages of package management. What do we call them? So there's level 1, which is called dpkg, and built on top of dpkg there's level 2, which is opt, get, aptitude, and on top of those there's the rest, like this. Yes, there's some package manager, what else, GUI tools. Okay, we're going to go this level, so opt for what it can do, depackage for what it can do. Some things are depackage territory, some things are opt territory. So we're going first to list all of the packages that are installed on this machine. So that's dpkg -l. This is the list of packages installed on this machine. So ordered alphabetically. I means it's installed on the first column. The next column is the column name. Says the name of the package, add user, AppArmor, port, opt, base, bash, bc, bcache, etc. And then there's the next column, the column of the version of the package that's installed. And then the next column, the architecture. So all means no arch. This package does not contain any x86 executable binary code. Okay, might be just JavaScript files, or just HTML files, or just man pages, or just images, or just SVG themes or something, or JavaScript jar files. That's architectural. And then this is the description, the short description of what the package does. Okay, we can do redirection here. So the Linux command line has ways to specify that I cannot look at this much output. Look at this huge output. And I want to actually save all of this output that's usually just thrown at the terminal, put it in a file, and then using a text editor, I want to maybe edit the file, maybe search inside of the file. So do all of the text editing things. So for that, I'm redirecting what's written to the terminal to a text file. So I'm in the tilde directory, so I can go, you know, output.txt. Okay. So all of the text that would normally have been written to the terminal is now written to this file. Let's look at it. It's called output.txt. We can view it. We can edit it. Okay, I don't know, we can delete a line or whatever we want to do here. We can search which. Where is Control W? Search for MC. Search for midnight. This guy. Midnight Commander, a powerful file manager, and the name of the package is MC. Okay, so this is the way to redirect. Control X, save modified no. I'm going to write no, N. And it's not going to ask me the file, the name of the file to save, because it's not going to save. Okay, so this is standard piping. Okay, so with dpkg we see the list of packages installed. List of installed packages. Then we can search packages that are not yet installed. Opt search Emacs. The problem is that the list is huge and contains a ton of things that are not what I want. Contains xstau jammy build something. So I'm going to use pipe, the vertical pipe character, and then grep, and then Emacs to actually see what I want. So the list of packages that contain Emacs in name. Okay, so the package that I want is either this guy or this guy. This guy. Okay. I very often, most of the times, do apt search something, and then I repeat this something here and put a pipe grep. Again, because the output from apt search is so abusive, contains a ton of things not related to the actual search, that I need to do a second search. So the output of this thing is too large, and then inside of this output I'm searching using grep. Okay. So I know the list of packages that are installable. I know the list of packages that are currently installed. I know how to install software. Like this, I install software. And I answer no because I don't really want to install. I just want to see that it would install. Okay, what else do you want to do when you manage packages except see what package you want to install and install it? And don't install it if it's already installed. If it's already installed, there's no problem if you install it again. It will just not do anything. So let's install MC again. And it says it's already installed, nothing to do. Because MC is already at the newest version. So it doesn't reinstall, it doesn't force uninstall it, clean up state and install it again. It's already installed, that's it. So it's really safe to always use apt install if you know the name of the package. If it's already installed, it will not do anything. If you do not know the name of the package, then you'll need to search for the name of the package either using apt search or search online. So I'm going to search Ubuntu packages Emacs and something with X. And it takes me to the correct place. Okay, the search result looks like this. It's a site called Ubuntu Packages, https://packages.ubuntu.com. It has a search box. It has what it calls specific suit. It calls what it has specific architectures. If you want to just search for a specific version of Ubuntu or for a specific CPU architecture. So it's package Emacs no X, and in here I need to select my version, which is Jammy, this guy. I can see how it looks like. There's a screenshot. I can see how many packages will be installed. 20. I can see the list of files that will be installed. So not from these packages, but from the package Emacs no X itself. So again, it installs these packages and then it installs the package itself, because these are dependencies. It says depends on these ones. The package has these files inside. Emacs no X, which is an executable. And then doc, I'm not sure what this thing is. A man page. And that's about it. A few files. Okay. What else can we do? We can remove packages. sudo apt remove emacs no x, sudo apt purge emacs no x. Just know the name of the package. Okay. And from time to time you run a command line such as this one, sudo apt update, and then sudo apt upgrade, and sudo apt auto remove, like this. So apt update downloads the list of packages that are available in these sites, in these websites. So these websites are called a Ubuntu mirror. There's both packages available here, and from here you can download the metadata about those packages. So the packages have the extension deb, and metadata are some zip files. So the metadata says in here we have 20 packages, in here we have 20,000 packages, in here we have 10 packages. The packages are like this. This is the name of the package. This is the size of the package, the description, short description. This is the dependency list, etc. So all of the things that we saw previously in that web page, in the Ubuntu search page, are in fact metadata, not the deb package itself. And update downloads metadata locally. After that, apt auto update will say that 66 deb binary packages are not up to date, and if you run apt upgrade, all of these packages will be installed. The newer version of those will be installed. But it cannot do that because I'm the user administrator and I did not yet provide the user administrator's password such that I become super user, the user root, and then I can touch the /usr directory. So, do I want to continue? Yes. Does not ask me for the sudo password because I just ran a sudo command previously and it caches the password that I provided there. In here it installs, it downloads and then installs 66 deb packages. Okay, not finished yet. Not finished yet. So the first part was oh, whoa. What is this? It will restart SSH. Restart it. Okay. So it downloaded packages, installed them. Some of those packages contained SO files or library dependencies, which were needed by the SSH server executable in order to run. It asked me, it said, see that I'm going to kill the SSH server service because it has new files and it should use those files. You know, the process SSH server should be restarted in order to pick the new SO files. And I knew that would kill my SSH connection, and it's okay with me. I'm near the virtual machine. I can do anything in case something goes wrong. And now I will need to reconnect using, yeah, not even I still kept the SSH connection. Great. Okay, so the command that I am running once in a while is this thing, because I do not let the operating system install updates by itself. So no automated updates for me. I want to install them manually, thanks. This downloads metadata, a list of packages that are installable. This installs all of the new packages, all of the new versions of the existing packages that can be installed. And this uninstalls packages that are no longer needed. If it's not used by anything, it was just contained an SO file, a shared object, a shared library for something in past for an executable, and now the new version of that executable does not require that SO file anymore, then the entire package that contains just the SO file is not needed anymore and will be removed here. This is important because this cleans up old versions of the Linux kernel. If you have 20 versions of the Linux kernel installed on your machine, apt auto remove will probably delete most of them. So it's always nice to have. Okay, -s means simulate dry run, so do almost anything but do not do anything. Let's see that. So I went sudo apt install emacs nox. It did all of the things that, where are you? All of the things that do not touch the hard disk. And then it stopped to ask me if I really want to continue, because it will install many packages. If it was to install just one package, I guess it doesn't ask questions or something. So I pressing no, but I could go apt install -s to simulate dry run, so not actually write anything to the hard disk. And then it doesn't ask any questions because nothing destructive was done. The hard disk was left untouched. It just tells me what it should download, what it should install, what it should configure, what it should unpack, etc. Really helpful, the -s flag. It's really helpful to run first like this and then without -s if you're satisfied with the output. Okay, that's about package management. Continuing with Ubuntu with Unix pipes. Let's see the thing. So there's a YouTube video. Where are you? That you should watch, which is this AT&T archives the Unix operating system on YouTube, which is actually a commercial from the AT&T research laboratories about the Unix operating system. And it features the creators of the operating system, and they mostly talk about the shell. So how do you redirect standard output from one process to another? So how do you use the shell of the operating system as an integrated development environment if you're a programmer? So program A feeds something to program B, and that something is the standard output of program A, and the entry point is the standard input of program B. Yeah. So they together, 10 mega scientists come up with a long command line using the vertical bar a ton of times. Okay. Okay, so this is the Wikipedia page for this concept. So the whatever command 1 would write to the terminal, it's sent to the command 1, command 2, and then command 2 writes something to the terminal, and instead of the user actually seeing that output, we take the output, the text, you know, and insert it into command 3. Okay, so let's look at this example. So we need a command that a key, okay, ls-l. Okay, and we pipe that thing to grep and txt. Okay, so the original output of ls-l contains this line that we do not want, contains this file that does not have a txt name, these two directories that do not have a txt name, but also contain, there's 3 lines that we like, which is about files with the extension txt. Okay, so this entire thing was filtered, and only the lines that contain txt, which we say grep txt, were then outputted by grep to the terminal, to the standard output. Okay, and then it says pipe everything through less. Okay, so these 3 lines, which are the standard output of the command in the middle, this one grep, instead of being displayed inside of the terminal, now have landed as input inside of the read-only viewer paginator less. Okay, and to exit from here, we press Q, the same thing that we use to exit from man, the man page viewer. Okay. What about this thing? So it returns the source code of the page. This thing, not this thing. This thing, this HTML computer readable version of the wiki page, writes it to the standard output, which standard output for all processes by default is the terminal in this case. And it says, okay, do not write all of these things, all of this huge text to the terminal, but instead put it inside the stream editor sed, which will perform this operation on it. Okay, let's do that. Do we need a backspace here or something? No, we don't. Okay, so what sed does, it looks at all of the All of the what? All of the characters that are not in the English alphabet plus space, and replaces those with space. So makes all of the HTML specific things disappear, such as less than, slash, greater than, and even the 0 to 9 digits. So it only keeps in here lower English letters from 0 to from A to Z, and then uppercase A to Z and space. Everything else is replaced by a space. There's a ton of spaces in here, and div, for instance, does not have a less than and a greater than after. Okay, then it says replace all of the uppercase characters with lowercase characters. Replace all of the spaces with a new line. Okay, so a ton of spaces. There were a ton of spaces previously. Now there's a ton of new lines. Now it says keep only the lines that contain at least one character in the English language. There's no uppercase language characters anymore, or replaced with lowercase. So this will actually remove all of the lines that are just a new line. So we're at this part now. So it removes all of the new lines. Okay. And now you can see that T appears a million of times. And div will appear a ton of times, etc. Q a ton of times. The next step is to sort such that all of the Q characters appear one after the other. Okay. The output is mega huge. Fills up all of the buffer of the terminal, so you cannot scroll and see the start of the output of this command. So the start of the output of sort is not available if you scroll in your terminal. If you want to see the entire output of sort, you'll need to paste it, put it into a text file. So that's greater than, and then, so not a vertical pipe. Vertical pipe is used to take output and insert it into processes. This thing is to take the output and insert it into files. Okay. And here we can see that indeed it's sorted alphabetically. So A, ability, able, book, act, add, after, etc. Okay, and it does sort minus u, which probably does sort unique, because I cannot see any duplications here. And a ton of characters should be duplicated. What's interesting is that it kept characters that are not part of the English language. It kept this ch and this sh. Okay, where are you? Control X, save modified no. And there's this file which contains most of the words in the English language. What is this thing? No search file or directory. How do we install words? Okay, so I need to install apt file. Yes. Which services do I want to restart? Okay. Okay, and now I search. No cache. So I need to run apt file update. I'm not super user. Okay. Let me write this thing down. At the package manager, which deb package do I need to install in order to have the file, and the file is this one. Okay, so first you need to install apt file, and then you need to update the database, and then you can search. Okay, and the name of the deb package that I want to install is wAmerican. I could not have guessed in a million years. Sure what you're asking here. Okay, this thing. So let's run this thing and see. So less, and it's uppercase words that exist in the English language, names, etc. A ton. Okay, and this is minus 23, which does what? Finds the lines in files common between two files. So looks both at this and whatever we now have in the output file, finds lines in common because they're both sorted. This sorts this file, and this is sorted and unique already. Does not show lines which are unique to just the second file. Does not show those which are common. So 2 means common, 3 means write only. So it shows only those which only exist on the left hand side. Okay, and that's it. Let's run the entire thing. Okay, so now we're inside less, which is a paginator, a read-only text viewer. In here we can use the arrow keys, so scroll up and down with the arrow keys on the keyboard. We can scroll up and down with page up, page down, so page down, page up. We can search or what? Or head, first heading. Continue searching with N, pattern not found. Interesting. Yeah, slash wiki. So search for the wiki word once, press N to search again. Media wiki. Wow, a ton of words which contains the string wiki. And now we can exit with okay, so we could run just parts of this pipeline. Whatever this thing would write to the terminal was instead sent to this process. Instead of writing that thing to the terminal, we could redirect that thing to a file or send it to this command line, etc., etc. Okay, so that's piping. This pipes this output to this command using the character vertical pipe, whereas this thing pipes the output of this to this command. So this is the less than operator, which pipes in the other direction. Okay, this is just a file, can't do anything with it, it's not executable. This is the command line. Where are you? This does the same thing, so if you put around parentheses around the command, it will run the command and return its standard output and error. And then this less than is taking the standard output of this command and putting it in where? In here. So com receives a ton of wall of text from here as input, but also receives input from this part. So this is standard input for this command, and this is I'm not sure what. Okay. When an executable runs, it like this. It can write things to standard output, which if nothing is connected to standard output will probably be shown in the terminal. And then it also returns an exit status. which is which. An entire file with explanations for this thing. So echo $? Says that the previous command line, which was this, has finished and return exit status 0. Exit status 0 means success. So the previous command line has finished successfully. Non-zero means failure. Okay. And if the command returns an error as text, so a line of text that's actually an error, that can be put in another output standard stream, which is called standard error. Let's see a command that fails, or a file that does not exist. Okay, so this thing was actually written to the standard error stream, not to the standard output stream. We can see that because if we say redirect whatever you write to the standard output stream to the file output, it will not write anything inside of the output.txt file. The file is empty. And it will still write all of the text that it actually writes to the terminal, not to the file. That's because when this command runs, if it wants to write some text and that text is about non-errors, it's going to be written to standard output, to a stream. And then there's a second stream, which is called standard error, where it writes text about errors. Okay. Let's also put this thing. And for that, we can redirect both output pipelines, the standard output and the standard error, to the same file. And the syntax is you add an ampersand in here. Okay. Now all of the output, both errors and non-errors, both text output from the rm command are written to the same file, output.txt, so there's nothing to be shown in the terminal anymore. And if we look inside of the file, there's the output. Okay, this is important. And the next one is that if a file does not exist and cannot be deleted, that's not an error. That's a very successful thing to do. I try to delete a file. It does not exist, so it's already deleted. Great. Okay, so what I want to do is I want rm, please don't tell me anything if the file does not exist. Delete it if it exists. If it does not exist, do not tell me anything about it. Right? This is one of the ways to do it. We say to and then greater than, to and then greater than means do not put inside the current terminal, but put it into a file, the whatever text is written to the standard stream stderr, so standard error stream. Dev null is a special file which exists in /dev, which swallows anything. You can put any text in there and it will disappear. Okay. Yes. And that's about it. So you can put inside of a file text using one of these three redirectors. You can put inside of a command text like this. So this is a process, and you put inside of this process this, whatever this thing returns. So this long line of new lines and list of new lines and text and words. And that's enough for Unix pipelines. Okay, what else can we talk about? Let's look at processes. Okay, so that's PS3. PS3 shows all of the user mode processes, or not the kernel mode processes, that are running on this machine as a tree. Because in Linux, processes form a tree hierarchy. So there's a parent process and a child process and a grandchild process. Parent process, child process, grandchild process, etc. If you kill a parent process, such as this bash, for instance, sudo will die, sudo will die, su will die, and bash will die. Which I'm not sure where this thing exists. This sounds like I did it. Okay. And then I can see the fact that there are two consoles, two terminals, two command lines, which are connected to the same machine via SSH. SSHD is the SSH server. And then I can see that inside there's a bash process running. So this bash is this guy, and this bash is this guy. So this is this, this is this. Okay, this is for logging, collects the debug logs. This is in order to log, for users to be able to log into the system. Not remotely, so probably locally, which you do by connecting to the virtual machine. So in here, you can see that there's a login, then bash, sudo, sudo, su, bash. So I'm super user here. If I exit from being the user, I'm the user administrator. Let's look at PS3 again. So now this disappeared, this disappeared, and these are still remaining in here. Okay. If I press exit again, the bash instance, this process will disappear, and then probably also this process will disappear. Let's see. So indeed, both of these processes have disappeared. Once this process died, this process saw that it has no children and it killed itself. This process is the SSH server which waits for new connections for new SSH connections to connect to the machine. Then it will spawn this thing, a new process tree ending with the process bash. Okay. Next, we have this interesting command line, which is aux, like this. Let's run it again. So PS3 just showed us the processes and not all of the processes, because for some processes, where are you? For some processes, it just said, okay, there's 14 snapped processes. There's 6 multipath D processes. There's 2 net modem manager processes. Whereas PSAUX shows all of the processes, does not skip any. And then it also shows the complete command line with which that process was started. Okay. And knowing the command line of processes is really important. Okay, we know there's 2 SSHD processes, one running in this for this terminal and the other running for this terminal, and we can see the difference between them because one is on PTS2 and the other one is on PTS1, and we can also see the PTS is here with the 2 bash processes. So if I'm going to kill the things on PTS1, which is this is PTS1 and this is PTS2. So let's do that. Let's exit PTS2 by exiting the SSH connection entirely inside of this console. So Control or exit, and I'm out of this. I'm out of the SSH connection, and I'm back to the host machine, so the hardware machine. Okay, I'm still connected to the virtual machine using SSH, but only in this second console process. And now I can run PSAUX and see that there's no PTS1 anymore. Okay, so there's a PTS2 here and here, but the PTS1 has disappeared. Okay. Sometimes we want to see how many processes are running, but in a live way. So I want the list to always refresh. I want to see which process is using the most CPU percent, which process is using the most random access memory. For that, there's top, the process lister. Okay, so it sorts, this is the list of running processes, which is sorted by percent CPU. So how much of the, which percent of the CPU is used by which process, and the one with the most percentage of CPU used is going to be the process that uses most of the CPU, is the currently running process. So we can see top requires some CPU processing to show itself. So there's nothing interesting here or worrying. Most processes don't use the CPU almost at all. And memory is also very, very rarely used. Okay, and on top, this is the list of processes. This is the header of the list of the processes. So it says for each column what a column represents. Above it, we have uptime. So it's up for this thing has been running for 16 hours. What is this? I don't know. I know how to read these things. Okay, just one user logged, 138 processes, megabytes of RAM used is 246. None of the swap file is used. There's no need. There's a ton of free memory. Only after the random access hardware memory is almost fully used, only then the swap file is going to start to be used. Hopefully. Okay. So how do we kill processes? Let's create a process, MC. Let's connect again. Let's kill the process, MC, kill all -9 MC. PSAUX grep MC. There's no MC. Oh, it says kill it in here. So you can see that the process says it's killed, and now it waits for me to press enter once and probably also Control L to clean this thing. So you can clean up either pressing Control L or running the command clear. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So something's really wrong here. I'll need to disconnect. So do not kill MC using kill all. It's easy to destroy a terminal in such a way that it behaves very strangely. It shows strange characters. It refuses to read your input, etc. Okay. So what I did, MC kill all -9 MC. We are going to install Ubuntu Server. So this is the Wikipedia page for Ubuntu. It says Canonical Limited. The current version is 2304. Let's go to their website, which is which? How do I download? Ubuntu Server, that's what we want. Get Ubuntu Server. Manual server installation, USB or DVD image based install. Yep. And it recommends that I use the long-term support version, which is from 1 year ago, 2022 April, or I could use the latest version, which is 2304. Okay, let's go this time for Ubuntu Server 2204.2 LTS. Okay. Save. So 1.8 gigabytes, that's not a CD image, but a DVD image. Not the full 4.5 gigabytes, but 1.8 gigabytes. So there's free room on the DVD. I'm going to install it as a virtual machine. So I'm going to use the ISO file as the DVD needed for installing the virtual machine. Okay, it finished downloading 33 megabytes per second. So that's more than 100 megabit per second. Okay, let's start the virtualization software that I use, which is Virtual Machine Manager, Virt Manager. File, new virtual machine, local install media, ISO, forward. Let's select the ISO that I just downloaded. So it was Ubuntu 2204.2 live server AMD 64, 1.84 gigabytes. Choose volume. It automatically guessed the correct operating system. Forward. Let's give it at least for vCPUs, virtual CPUs, because I have 16 CPU threads available. Memory, we're not going to install graphical user interface, we're just going to use the text command line mode. So 4 gigabytes is more than enough. Forward. 25 gigabytes, I know, let's make this 45 gigabytes. I have enough gigabytes available on my NVMe PCIe 3 drive. Forward. Ubuntu 2204. Network selection, the default one. And customize before. Finish. Let's look at the virtual machine, what settings it has right now. So the correct name, Ubuntu 2204. The newest chipset, the i440FX is older. BIOS instead of UEFI, great. CPUs 4, let's look at the topology. So I only have one CPU socket. And in there will be 4 virtual CPU cores. Memory 4 gigabytes of RAM. It uses virt.io, which is the best possible type of storage. There's a SATA optical disk, CD-ROM, DVD-ROM. The disk bus for the virtual DVD-ROM drive is okay, SATA. It shows that the ISO will be mounted in the virtual DVD-ROM drive. Network interface card virt.io, which is the fastest possible. And then the rest are defaults. Tablet because it's newer than Windows XP. These I have never changed ever. So we can begin installation. Says try or install Ubuntu Server. Yes. Okay, this is the installer. Until now it booted as a live CD. English. Let's make the Word Manager window a bit bigger, such that the entire screen has space in here. So I can it says that I'm using the old installer 230201 instead of 230402. Okay. Continue without updating. This is the default option. Keyboard configuration English US. Great. Choose the base for installation. I'm not going to go Ubuntu Server Minimized because that says that it has a small runtime footprint for in environments where humans are not expected to log in, and we're going to log in using SSH. We do not need any fancy third-party drivers because we're using the standard QEMU KVM Virt Manager Virtual Machine. Ubuntu Server, done. It sees that I have DHCP v4 available. I press enter again. No proxy server. Next. Mirror. How do we edit this thing? Like this. May provide an archive mirror that will be used instead of the default. How about if I delete this mirror? Done. Okay. And now we need to select a partitioning scheme. So use entire disk correct. The VDA local disk 45 gigabytes correct. Set up this disk as a LVM group. Can't we not use this thing? Like this, so no LVM group. No custom storage. I'm pressing tab to move around. the tab key, tab, and I press enter now because the button done is selected. So square parentheses with a pair of square parentheses with text inside is a button. A round parenthesis is a radio button, and this is a combo box because it has a drop down arrow. These are checkboxes. Okay, so now I'm on a button, I press enter. Says it's going to create a partition, dev vda partition 2, new formatted as ext4 mounted at / because I use BIOS, not UEFI. It doesn't need a special partition for UEFI, so I'm going with done. Selecting continue will begin the installation process. Are you sure you want to continue? The second chance to, you have the second chance of not destroying your current hard disk, but this is what I want to do. I want to lose everything that's available on my current hard disk. It's virtual, it was just created, 45 gigabytes of RAM, of space. And I've made sure everything is okay. And I'm okay with it, with the Ubuntu installer, deleting all of the bits and bytes on my hard disk and replacing it with this partition scheme. So I go, are you sure you want to continue? I press enter on the continue button. Okay. There's a problem with the installer. Okay, let's restart the installer. English. Continue without updating. Ubuntu server. No proxy. No mirror. No LVM. Are you sure you want to continue? So something's wrong. Maybe I need to give a mirror. Restart the installer. English. Let's continue with the updated installer. So I go update to the new installer. Okay, English US, Ubuntu server, done, no proxy. The list of sources could not be read. The mirror location does not seem to work. So the text, you may provide an archive mirror that will be used instead of the default, is wrong. I really need to put something in a mirror address. Okay, so let's find the list of Ubuntu mirrors. And I do not know how to specify the mirrors. Okay, let's go with the last one, this last one. Copy paste does not work because I didn't install the machine yet. So let's go to mirror address and let's put this thing in. archive.ubuntu.com/ubuntu/ So HTTP, not HTTPS, archive.ubuntu.com/ubuntu. Test the tests. Okay, done. Entire disk, tab, set up this disk as LVM groups, uncheck, tab key, done, and continue. Okay, your name, administrator, the name of the server is going to be the same as the name of the virtual machine. So Ubuntu 2204. Administrator twice, pick a username administrator, your server's name Ubuntu 2204 and password. Tab key and done. Skip Ubuntu Pro for now. Continue. Install an open SSH server, yes. Import SSH identity. What is that? Allow password authentication over SSH. Okay, so that's enabled by default and cannot be unchecked. That's great. Done. Featured server snaps. These are popular snaps in server environments. Select or deselect with space. Press enter to see more details. Micro Kubernetes, Nextcloud. So container, containers. PowerShell. AWS, Amazon Web Services. Its competitor, Google Cloud. Okay, so I did not select anything from featured server snaps. Done. So there's a Ubuntu variant, which is Ubuntu Server without a desktop. Uses the same apt repositories as the Ubuntu Desktop Edition. The difference is that it doesn't have any GUI, no X Windows Server in the default installation. The server edition uses a screen mode character-based interface for the installer. S Ubiquity, server Ubiquity. Can be run in a virtual machine. It has support for more architectures than 64-bit AMD 64, x86 64, also for Power 8 and later from IBM and IBM System Z, RISC-V, ARM variants. As the ZFS file system, LXD, LXC, uses System D, NetPlan for managing network interface cards. Snap is available for managing additional packages. And LVM, Logical Volume Manager, is suggested by default, which I keep on selecting in the installer because I want just a simple ext4 partition. Nothing fancy. Tomcat pre-installed. Not sure what that means. Okay, so says installation complete. I need to reboot now. I'm pressing the tab key. I'm on the reboot now button. I press enter key. Please remove the installation medium, then press enter. I don't need to remove it because the virtual machine manager will automatically remove it after it reboots. Let's see. So the SATA CD-ROM 2 drive is empty. No ISO file in here. Okay, so this is the first boot from hard disk. This was System D. Now it's running Cloud Init. Probably done. Okay, let's see if I can connect using the Linux user that I have just created in the Ubuntu installer, which was named administrator. Great. I can. Is this user a let's look at the messages that are displayed here. So says welcome to the version of Ubuntu. It says that the slash, which is the hard disk, is 50% full out of 44 gigabytes. The IPv4 address ends with 193. I can also see it in here, 193. Expanded security maintenance for applications is not enabled. There's 57 apt packages that can be installed. I can see them with apt list space -- upgradable. Okay, and using the sudo command, sudo, I can become a super user. So let's do that. Sudo su. It asks for the password of the user, which is not root, which is the user administrator. And now I am root. Okay, the next thing that I want to do is I don't want to use the virtualization software to connect with the virtual machine. I want to use an SSH client. So for that, I'm opening console, which is the terminal in KDE Plasma desktop. And let me connect to the virtual machine. Let's get the IP address of the virtual machine. Copied. SSH is the command line for the SSH client. And paste. Okay. It asks me if I want to connect to this machine, not other machine. Maybe there's a man in the middle attack. No, there's no such thing. I trust this signature. So I write yes and press enter. Now it asks for the password of administrator. And now I'm logged into the machine. Okay, so that's all that you need to do in order to install Ubuntu Server 2204 in a virtual machine using Virtual Machine Manager, Word Manager, QEMU, KVM. Thank you.